Hello and welcome to my tutorial on how to design a 3D printable truck like this one in Blender. So we will start from scratch and use a blueprint to create a model that is ready for 3D printing. We will start from scratch, and this is what my finished model will look like. But yeah, it's not a tutorial that's supposed to be one that you sit down in front of and watch it from start to the end. It's rather meant to show you different approaches on how to create different parts. And you can basically look up a blueprint and build your own engine while you take a look or listen to it by the side and learn how to create certain aspects. So for example, I have some rather smooth and organic shapes in the cap, and some hard surface modeling in the other front. Basically, the use of different modifiers and how they can be applied in the design. So there are two values we need to look up, and for this we need to locate the materials. So once you're on the Shapeways website, let's go to Make a Product, then on Materials, and on the Strong and Flexible Plastic. If you're watching it at a later stage, the layout might change, but you can still use the URL. So basically, shapeways.com/materials should lead you to the materials page. The first one being the minimal wall thickness and also the detail thickness. So the minimal supported wall thickness is 0.7 millimeters thick in this case, but we'll be using 1 millimeter just to be safe. And the detail thickness, or the minimal detail that would be able to print, is 0.2 millimeters. So with these two values in mind, we're going to design the fire truck. If you're going to use a different service, or you're going to use your own printer, then adjust the design guidelines accordingly. It's always advisable to order a prototype of your design before you make it available to the public, because there might be always something that you might have forgotten or overlooked, like for example having spurs coming out of visible parts that when cut will leave the white powder inside the material rather than the colored parts. Another thing was that I forgot to enlarge the axis to make the insertion of the wheels a little bit easier. And on the inside of the cockpit, I forgot to leave a little bit of space for the connection inside, so I had to cut it. I'm going to address all of this in the respective part of the tutorial. And with that, let's begin. Once in Blender, let us set up the scene. First, the property panel can be activated by pressing the hotkey N. And next we're going to need a few add-ons. For this, click on File and User Preferences. And on the Add-on tab, you can just type Loop Tools. And if there's no checkbox, then click it. And the other one is going to be F2. Again, if it's not activated, then click it and click on Save User Settings. Next, let us delete every object in the scene by pressing A and delete and confirm. And then let's go to Orthographic View by pressing 5 on the numpad. And then let us look into the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad. Next, let's add in a cube and go through some basic operations in Blender. So for adding a new object, you go on Add, Mesh, and Cube. Or you can press Shift+A, Mesh, and Cube, and the cube will appear. The middle mouse button is going to rotate the view around the object. You can use this arrow to move it, or you can also switch the different widgets, for example for rotation or scaling. If it is your first time using Blender, you might discover that clicking the left mouse button is not going to select the object, but rather move the 3D cursor around. For selecting the object, you need to press the right mouse button. If you want to change that, you can do so in the Preferences by changing Select to left instead of right. Don't forget to save the setting with your changes. So to move the object around, you can either hold down the right mouse button and drag, then you can let go. And in order to confirm, you press the left mouse button. If you press the right mouse button, you cancel the action. Also for moving, you have the shortcut G. or you can use the arrows. For rotating the object, you can press R, or you can double-click R for the trackball rotation. And the same goes for scaling. As is the shortcut. And you can also use the different widgets for rotation and scaling as well. So once you do a certain action, for example moving, you can restrict the movement to one of the axes. For example, if you press X, it's going to move along the X-axis. If you switch to Y, it's going to move along the Y-axis. And if you press Shift and the axis you want to exclude, you're going to move the object around the remaining two axes. So for example, if I press Shift and Z, I can move it along the X and Y axis. In order to change the shape of the object, we need to go to Edit mode. So from Object mode, we can switch to Edit mode here, or by pressing Tab. First, let us switch on this one. This way, all the vertices, which are the dots comprising the object, are going to be visible even though there are some faces in front of them. And also let's change the snapping type to vertex. That way we can move one vertex by pressing G, the same as with the object. And by holding down Ctrl we activate the snapping, and we can move it to either of the other vertices. Since the 8 vertices making up the cube aren't really much geometry to work with, we can increase it by either adding loop cuts by pressing Ctrl and R, and with the mouse wheel we can scroll up or down to increase the count of the cuts. Then we can confirm with the left mouse button, move it around, and confirm again with the left mouse button, or use the default position with the right mouse button. Another way is also to select some faces. For example, we can select the face mode, select any face, and press E in order to extrude this portion. Or we can simply add in new objects, for example, another cube, or whatever else. Now let us add in the reference image. There are 2 ways of doing this. The first one is enabling background image, clicking Add Image, and selecting the path. You can set it to whichever view you want to view it. In this case, let's go to the side view, and then you can select the opacity, if it's in front or behind the render. You can also change the scale, as well as the offset. Another way is adding in an empty. So let's delete it for now. Let's click Shift A, Empty, and Image. Now let's rotate it along the Y-axis by pressing R, Y, and typing in 90 degrees. Or alternatively, you can change the rotation in the transforms. So for example, rotating it again, either by dragging, let's go to the Object panel and select X-ray. That way it's going to be visible even if it's obscured by another object. And then go to the Properties panel, open the image, and making the transparency 0.5. Now let's rotate it around the X-axis again and make it a little bit bigger. Now, if it is far back, then it's not going to be visible once you rotate the image. You're free, of course, to use either methods, and I'm going to stick with the empty version. And now let us block in the rough shape of the engine. So for this, let's select the cube. What I like to do is move it around in the edit mode for one unit, which is GZ1. That way it's perfectly level at the ground. And now let us check the length. which is 350 inches. And since Shapeways works with millimeters, I like to work with millimeters as well, which basically makes one blender unit to 1 millimeter. So let's make the one direction the length of the truck. If you need to do any calculations, you can do them right in Blender. So it's 350 inches, and to convert it to millimeters, we can multiply it by 25.4. And since it's a 1:87 scale model, we need to divide it by 87. And we're getting the length of our truck. So let's adjust the empty accordingly. Now, if you were wondering what this 3D cursor is actually good for, the first thing is it's the location where the new objects are going to appear. So adding in the new cube, it's going to appear right where the 3D cursor is positioned. But another useful tool is actually snapping it to the center of the object or to the center of the scene, and then moving the coordinate system right to this point. So now when we scale the empty, it's going to be scaled around the 3D cursor. That way we can basically choose the middle and adjust the length. By pressing Shift, we can do very tiny tweaks. So it's going to be more accurate with the scaling, rotating, or moving. Alright. So let's move it a little back to the background. And as you notice, it's starting to disappear. This is due to the clipping, which we can increase by increasing this value. So let's also rotate around the 3D cursor by duplicating the object with Shift D and then rotating around for 90 degrees and position it from the front like this. And let's repeat it once again and put it at the bottom. So let's rotate it around the y-axis for 90 degrees, and from the top view position it above the engine, or whatever it's going to be the engine. So now we need to adjust the height and the width. So the height is 113 inches, and we can do the same calculation. So it's 113 inches times 25.4 divided by 87. And the width is not indicated, so we can just go from the sketch. It looks like the drawing still needs a little bit of scaling, and since we already duplicated it, in order to avoid to scale it several times, let's just select all empties and select this one last, making it the active object, and by pressing Ctrl and P, we can make the active object the parent, which means whenever we transform this one, the others will follow. It also applies to the scaling. So by scaling it a little bit to match the height, and moving it back a little bit, I think a little more even. Yeah. The other ones are scaled and moved along as well. So, since there is no measure for the width, let's just use the sketch for it by scaling with S along the x-axis, something around this, and let us apply the scale, because otherwise the modifiers are going to be a little bit skewed. What I mean by this, let us for example add a bevel, and you see it's different along each of the axes. And this is because the scale is not uniform. So let us press Ctrl and A and apply the scale. Now let's select the limit type as angle, and that way only angles greater than or equal to 30 degrees are going to be beveled. And another very important modifier is going to be the mirror modifier. Since the engine is mostly symmetrical, we're going to need to create only just one side. So for this, let's create one loop cut along the middle. Let's select all the other vertices by pressing the B key and selecting them. Another way is also clicking the C key for circle select, and the leftmost button is going to select vertices, while the middlemost button is going to deselect. The rightmost button is going to confirm it. Now let's delete them and add in a mirror modifier. Now you see the middle vertices still can be moved around, but if we click on clipping, they're going to be locked along the side the x-axis, or whichever one you mirror them around. Let's move it to the top, since it's going to be the first modifier that should be affecting the mesh. And let's start to actually make it look a little bit like the engine and block in the space. So first let's move up the floor and create two loop cuts separating the cab, the pump section and the body. Next, since we are going to make the three objects separate, let us separate the loop cuts by selecting one of them, clicking Alt and the right key, for example like this. We can separate it by pressing the V key. And with the rightmost button we can confirm the original position. Let's do the same for the other loop cuts. And now we can move the vertices independently of the ones we cut. And since we don't want the gaps, let's select all the edges and click F to fill those spaces. Now let's adjust the ceiling. Let's make the slope match the drawing. Let's adjust the front of the cab. And for the nose we're making another loop cut. And one more. Now let's delete those two and close the gaps. And this is where the one add-on that we activated comes in handy. So by clicking just one vertex and pressing F, it's going to create a face that we otherwise would need to create another vertex for. So usually in order to close this hole, we would need to extrude this vertex by pressing E, moving it around, clicking on all four of the vertices, and closing or filling the hole by pressing F. But since we activated the add-on F2, we can click on just one vertex, press F, and have the same results. But now those two vertices are separated, so we can merge them by either selecting both, by holding down Shift and selecting both, and then merging them to last, or by undo this, or by selecting the section and clicking on Remove Doubles. Now let's adjust the slope of the windshield. So next I'm going to add in some very basic fenders. And since I want mostly some straight loop cuts, let's scale it along the y-axis with 0, making it straight. selecting an area, we can also scale it along the y-axis. Now let's do the same for the backside. We can switch the views with the numpads. For example, 1 is for front view, 3 is for side view, and 7 is for top view. So since the cab is a little bit narrower, let's adjust this one as well. And it's starting to get narrow somewhere around here. So let's add in 2 more loop cuts. Now, before we continue, we need to address the requirements of the objects in order to be 3D printable. And the first and very basic one is the model needs to be closed, manifold, and watertight. So basically, it cannot contain any holes. For example, like we have here, where the fenders is going to be. So this means we can either close them or do something else. And this something else is basically adding a thickness to the material. Since currently it's just a surface, and it would be impossible to print simply a surface with 0 thickness. So in order to add thickness, we can use the solidify modifier, and it's set to a very low amount, so let's set it to 1 millimeter according to the design guidelines of the material. And let's also check the even thickness and high quality and move it before the bevel. So now the model has a wall thickness and would be able to be 3D printed. Being manifold also means that the outside needs to actually be the outside. So for example, if we disable the solidify modifier, you can see that the inside is a different hue. It's basically because in 3D, the faces have a front side and a back side. And the back side in 3D printing will be considered as if it's going to be a negative object, so basically something that would be distracted or subtracted. So for example, if we just make a cube and select one face, go to shading and click flip direction, it's going to be dark. And that means that it's most other faces are basically the right side out, but this one face is flipped, and it will cause problems when trying to print it. So a simple workaround is if something like this pops up, by just clicking on recalculate, and it will fix it. Let us switch into a different layer and just add in a single cube and make it 3D printable. So the properties the cube needs in order to be 3D printable is being manifold and watertight. Basically, being manifold means it has no holes and no flip normals. Basically, a normal is the direction a face is facing. Currently, it's facing, all the faces are facing outside. We can visualize this by enabling the faces, those little blue lines. Let's make them a little bit bigger. are the direction of the faces. Now if we flip the direction, it's going to turn dark, and the blue line is facing inside now. So now basically one part of this object is inside out, making it no more manifold. Basically you can't follow the surface and go around the whole object. And one other problem that can occur with 3D printing is having double faces. For example, if I extrude this face and then don't move it anywhere, now I actually have two faces in the same spot. So basically, you can see there are some vertices in the same spot, and this can cause problems as well. And of course, if we just delete one face, it's going to leave a hole, and all those three problems combined should be avoided. So basically, avoiding the double faces is selecting all of them, going to Tools, and removing the doubles. Ideally, you know where the hole actually is located, then you can choose the loop and press F to close it. If you don't, you can select the whole mesh, go to Mesh, then Clean Up, and Fill Holes. Or if you don't know where one of the options is located, you can always press the spacebar and type in Fill Holes, and there it is. Just click it. And for the last one, since we still have a flipped face, we can go to the Shading panel and click Recalculate. Oh. There we go. So yeah, now we have a cube that is 3D printable again. Basically, you can imagine something being manifold if it's watertight. If you pour water on the object and nothing's going to spill in, then everything's golden. For example, let's create another error by just duplicating one vertex and leaving it somewhere. Now this one would cause problems again, and we can find it by, for example, just typing non-manifold, and there we have it, select non-manifold, and it's showing this one vertex that we just created. So again, we can solve it by removing doubles. And if we choose it again, then we can see nothing more is highlighted. And something else that might cause problems is having different shells. Now if we duplicate the cubes, having two separate cubes would be no problem, since it would just print two separate objects. Now if they intersect, and especially if they intersect exactly with one wall, that one wall could also be a problem, since it doesn't really know if it's the outside or the inside. So it's best to intersect them with a little offset. Now Shapeways is actually really good when you upload a file with different shells at fusing the shells as long as they have a sort of intersection and are both manifold individually. But some other slicing software might actually require the object to be one single object, and for this we can use the Boolean modifier by selecting the operation union and selecting the other object. And also, if we apply, we can see that the faces or the polygons are now rather big n-gons, and that also might cause some problems with certain slicers, since they work best with tris, which means basically just a polygon consisting of just 3 vertices. So doing this, we can either select everything and press Ctrl and T, or we can use another modifier, which is the triangulate modifier. And yeah, it will do the same if we just press Z to show the wireframe, then we can see it just about the same as if we did it manually. So yeah, I'm going to leave all the extra details unfused, but you might need to fuse them if you're going to print it at your own printer. Now let's get rid of the cube and go back to our engine. And now, with what we know about 3D printing now, let us move those parts apart a little bit. Selecting the faces is going to be a little bit easier. This. And let us delete the floor faces. That way we're going to have a model that is open from the bottom. Now having the engine design hollow will greatly reduce the printing volume and thus the printing price. Now let's add in a little last detail, and that being the little curve. I like to keep the mesh as simple as possible for one reason, and that is that making any changes are going to be a lot easier if the mesh has as few vertices as possible. And we can create a more complex geometry using modifiers. Now, first of all, let us separate the different parts. So by pressing L, by hovering over an object, we can select all the connected vertices. By pressing P, we can separate the selection, or selecting everything, we can separate by loose parts. So let's name all the parts. This would be the cab. This is going to be the pump section and the body. Now, yeah, I like to keep the mesh as simple as possible, which will allow to make changes rather easily. And we can always add some more geometry by using modifiers. So let's make a little example with the bevel modifier. And for the limit type, we're going to use a vertex group, which we are about to create. So making a new vertex group, you can go to the properties panel, make a vertex group, let's name it roof. Since, yeah, we can see that the roof is a little bit rounded around the edges. So, yeah, let's select all the vertices that are going to form the roof and assign them. And looking from the top, it also looks like this curve at around here seems about to be the same. So let's add it as well. Then let's create a new bevel modifier, move it in front of the solidify modifier, and select the limit method as vertex group, and add in the roof. Now let's uncheck the clamp overlap and increase the offset. This looks about right. Let's make it something like 1.2, and we can make it a little bit more roundish by adding in more segments. Also, let us not forget to save the scene regularly. For this, we can press Ctrl and S. If it's your first time saving, you're going to need to enter a file name. Now, for most flat-faced cabs, we could use the same methods for the front as we used for the roof, but in this case it's rather curved. If we take a look from the top, you can see, yeah, the cab curves quite a bit. And for something like this, we can use a different modifier, which is the subdivision surface modifier. So let's add this one in. And what it does, let's move it in front of the solidify modifier. What it does, it takes each face, subdivides it by 4, and smooths it. Now, we don't want the back to be smooth, so in order to maintain the sharpness, we can add in the crease. Let's set it to 1. And we can also use loop cuts in order to make some sharp geometry. So let's add one here. Let's move this whole sections a little bit to the top and add another one somewhere here. Now we need one more here and another one here. Now we are getting a little bit of artifacts, and that's due to the whole loop cuts getting assigned to the vertex group that we created. Now we can check it by selecting the vertex group and clicking select, and we can see that there are some parts like these, and basically everything that we didn't select should not be assigned to the roof. And yeah, we can just click on remove to remove them from this vertex group. Yeah, now it's starting to look more like it should. Let's add in a little bit more geometry in order to define the shape a little better. So let's add some more loop cuts here. Again, let's select them, exclude the roof, and remove them from the vertex group. Go to the top view and adjust them to match the sketch. Now at this point, let's get back to our cubes and into the subdivision surface modifier. So let's add one here. And yeah, it's best to have a topology, or basically the geometry, shaped in such a way that would make it for the geometry easy to flow the way we want it. So for example, if we want to flow it around this curve, oops, and let's disable the normals real quick. Right. Rather than having one of those sharp corners, it's best to have one that's connected like this. And of course we need to remove the doubles. And yeah, as you can see, it looks a lot nicer than one of the other sharp edges. So let's use this principle for this corner. Let's remove it from the vertex group. And now, yeah, by tapping G twice, we can slide it along the edges. Let's do the same with this one. Add a new loop cut and adjust it real quick. And remove the doubles. And let's do the same here. Let's add one more. Let's remove the doubles. And in order to make it a quad, basically a polygon that has 4 vertices, let's use the knife tool by pressing K and then connecting those and all down to the bottom. Let's select them and make them straight. And connect the faces by pressing Alt and J. Alright. Let's adjust the shape a little bit. Like this. And get the final touch. And move this a little bit to the front. And adding a final loop cut. Yeah. Starting to look a little bit like the cap. A few more adjustments. Alright. We can add one more level of subdivisions to make it even smoother. Yeah, and with this we have our basic shape of the engine. So with the basic shape done, let's refine a few details. So first let us make us a fender. For this let's click and position the 3D cursor in the middle of the wheel. Something around here. Then let's add a plane. Go into edit mode and fuse all the vertices. Now let's move it outside. And also what I like to do is to move the 3D cursor to the middle, to the center of the scene, add a little empty for plane axis and name it middle. Will come in handy a bit later. So now let's move it outside, extrude a little bit, and in order to get the curve, we will add a screw modifier. And it should rotate around the x-axis. Now, we just need 180 degrees for this one. Let's make it minus 180. Increase the size a little bit. And let's add a solidify modifier, as well as the bevel. Let's move it a little bit up to match the reference and increase the step count to 100. Let's copy this and move it back to the body section. Let's move it down a little bit and decrease the size. Alright. Now, if we check it from the front fender protrudes outside of the cap walls. So let's match it like this. And in the back it's about the same level as the body. Let's confirm it from the top. Looks almost right. Yeah, something like this. Now it's a lot more rounded than this, so let's increase the bevel. Make the limit type angle, and let's add a few more segments. Now, let's adjust the parts that we cut out. So let's add a little loop cut. So since we have a slope here, we can just move it down. So we can just double press G in order to slide the vertices. Now we need to move it a little bit down, so let's apply the screw modifier. Then going into edit mode and extrude it a little bit down. Same thing on the other side. Now let's increase the bevel here as well. Let's also apply the solidify modifier. Make a new loop cut somewhere here. And move it a little bit to the outside to create a little curve. Can't be too steep, or otherwise it might be too thin to print. So let's repeat it for the other one. Let's apply the screw modifier. Extrude. Oh, actually, let's select both of them since they are symmetrical. Extrude both. Apply the solidify modifier. Yeah, now we need it on the other side as well, so let's add a mirror. And what we can do is, since they use basically the same modifiers, we can select both. Select the one you want to be the active one last, and press Ctrl and L, and link the modifiers. And now the modifiers from the active object are copied to all the other ones. We can make the wheels using the screw modifier once again. So let's create a plane, merge the center, move it to the outer diameter, and go to the front view. And extrude according to the width of the tire. So let's add in the screw modifier and select the x-axis. Let's make it 100 steps again. And now we can add a little detail. And since we checked the material guidelines, the minimal detail size would be 0.2 millimeters. So let's extrude, lock in the z-axis, and enter 0.2 and minus for going down. Now let's drag it in for the same amount, 0.2 on the x-axis. Now let's extrude further down. Now let's extrude again. Something like this. Extrude even further down. And let's leave a gap. Yeah, something like this. And extrude outwards once again. And in order to find the middle, you can just switch to local. If it was on global, switch to local. And on the z-axis, just enter 0. Now let's use a bevel. And decrease the size a little bit. And on the other side, just extrude downwards. And let's leave 0.7 millimeters. And extrude the axis. And then down to 0. Now, it has an odd color, that means it's flipped. So what we can do is just click on calculate order, and it's still flipped, so we can flip the normals as well. Now let's mirror it. Alright. Now in order to add the details, there are some screws around here and some holes around the outer edge. So let's make some screws first. Let's click on the surface, add in a circle, and let's change the vertex count to 6. Now let's get into edit mode, rotate along the y-axis, and scale it down. Now let's extrude it for 0.2. And let's fill the holes. Let's move it inside for the same amount, 0.2. And close the holes as well. Now let's not forget to name all the objects, so let's name it cap fender and body fender cap wheel, and let's name this one add screw. Let's once again add a bevel and decrease the size. And it's again having a weird shape, so let's select the whole mesh and click on recalculate. Alright. So we have 10 screws. Now an easy way to create 10 screws is using the array modifier. So for that, let's click on the wheel and select this vertex in the middle as our 3D cursor. So click Shift and S and cursor to select it. Now we can add an empty to this position. Then we need to have the origin, this yellow dot of the screw, have the same location as the empty that we just created. So let's move set origin to the 3D cursor. Let's also apply the scale of the empty. With Control A, apply the scale. And now we can use the array modifier. Let's disable the relative offsets, set the count to 10, and select an offset object, use the picker, and use the empty. Now if we rotate the empty, we get a nice set of screws. So since it's 10, let's just type in 36 degrees. And now we have 10 screws. Oh yeah, now we can parent the empty to the screw and parent the screw to the wheel. And now let us move it to a different layer, the 5th layer, alongside with the empty. And now we can use the Boolean modifier and add the screws. And we're doing this because the fusion of the automatic fusion in Shapeways doesn't work so well for very tiny details. So if it's very small details like diamond threads or something like those small screws, it's best to fuse them with the Boolean modifier. And now let's create the holes. That's gonna be the same procedure, so I'm just gonna fast forward. So yeah, having modeled these holes, let's subtract them. Again, using another Boolean, but now we select difference and sub holes. And there we go. So now let's add the tire. For this we can basically copy this, make it a separate object. And now we need to remove the Boolean modifiers. Let's move it a slight bit inside so we avoid having double walls, and extrude it outside and move it out to the rim of the tire. We need the tire to be a little bit smoother, so let's delete this edge. Let us reduce the steps to 25 and add in a subdivision surface modifier. And delete the Boolean. Alright, and let's parent it to the wheel. Now let's add some detail to the tire. Let's select the top and add in a new plane. So let's change the dimension to 0.4. And let's apply the scale. Add in a solidify modifier and set it to 0.4 and the offset to 0. And that way it's going to be 0.2 to the top, outside of the tire, and 0.2 inside of the tire. Also, we need to move it a little back inside, because yeah, the subdivision surface modifier actually smooths down. So if we disable it, it's going to be a bit larger. Yeah, since it's smooth, it's also going to shrink a little bit. Alright. let's just make a mirror modifier by deleting half of it and moving the mirror modifier to the top. And let's make the bevel a little bit smaller. And now let's just make some shape that looks a little bit like thread. So let's put here. And yeah, by selecting both the tire and the thread and pressing tilde button, we can isolate those two objects from the view. Oh yeah. Let's follow the shape of the tire. Something like this. Now let's put the 3D cursor to the center of the tire by snapping the cursor to select it. And yeah, move the coordinate system to the 3D cursor. And now we can duplicate it by pressing Shift D and rotate it along the x-axis. Now we can again use the array modifier once more, but this time, since we are using a mirror modifier, let's snap the 3D cursor to the origin of the thread, add in a new empty, make it a little bit bigger, and apply the scale. Now let's click on the wheel and copy the z-axis coordinate. So just hover the mouse above it, press Ctrl Z, select the empty again, and paste the number by just hovering the mouse over it and pressing Ctrl V. Alright, now we can use the array modifier. Let's once again disable the relative offsets and use the empty as the offset object. Let's set the amount to something around 50. Oh yeah, and we also of course need to move the origin of the thread to where the empty is. And now if we rotate the empty around the x-axis, we can just choose a value that looks right. Something that looks somewhat even. Yeah, this looks about right. So let's adjust the number. Alright, let's reduce it a little bit and adjust the rotation. You can press Shift, so yeah, the changes will be smaller. Alright, this looks about right, so let's parent both to the wheel. And one last thing, we want to mirror it to the other side. Since the origin is already is used by another mirror modifier, we can use the empty that we created and named middle. So let's add a new mirror. And here we can use a mirror object, so let's select the middle one, and yeah, now we have it on both sides. And here we are missing the screws and the holes. That's because the mirror is applied before the Boolean operations. So we can just move the mirror down, and yeah, there we have it. Now let's copy the wheel and tire, activate the last layer as well, since we moved to the object that the boolean uses, so we can select those as well, alongside with the empties that use the rotation, used by the array modifier. And now we can duplicate them and move it to the back, somewhere right here. And by the way, we use the 0.7 millimeter radius for the axis because that's the size of the commercial wheels. So whoever prints it could replace the wheels with commercial wheels. Alright, let's move those parts to the 5th layer again. There we go. Oh. Didn't mean to move this one. Alright, first of all, there are 2 of them. So yeah, let's also copy this, put it to another layer. And yeah, let's also move all the other drawings to a different layer. Let's put this one to the back. So yeah, this one is a little bit wider. So yeah, let's make this a little bit wider. So let's create a new array modifier. And let's use constant. So we can just take the value and use it for different parts. Alright, let's adjust the threads. It's easier if we just isolate them. Alright. This looks about right. And yeah, let's copy the offset value and apply a new array modifier. Okay. Alright, now we can edit the wheel. So let's drag it out a little bit outside. Let's pull the whole thing in a little more. Let's fuse, merge all of this to last, move it down somewhere here, make it a little higher, and let's make it a little rounder. And just a little inset in the middle. Let's make it 0.1. Alright, let's enable all the other object back then. Use the other sketch. Alright, now we can add in the screws. delete those together. Now let's go into edit mode and move it a little bit higher. Around here. Let's make one more step here. And create those kind of holes. So for this we're going to use a new object. Something like this. And we need 5 of them, so we can either use an array or we can just put the coordinate system in the middle, snap it to the 3D cursor, duplicate it, and rotate it by 120 degrees. Sorry, by 72 degrees, I mean. Then copy both, rotate it by 144. And one last time. Alright. Should have done this before copying them, but never mind. And now let's extrude twice. Parent it to the wheel. Name it Suppose 2. Move it to the 5th layer. Oh, it already is. Alright. Now we can add it in the boolean. Alright, now last thing is extruding the wheel to cover both tires. Something around here. Oh, looks like I missed extruding the last two. Alright. Sometimes in order to update you either need to press G and escape or double tap the edit mode. Alright, let's move it to the 5th layer as well. Okay, now with the basic elements in the scene, let's move the body into the 3rd layer. Let's create one more empty. Let's name it pump position and parent the pump to it. And one more. And we'll name this one cap position. Now, yeah, let's move those two to the 2nd layer. And yeah, every object we're going to create for the cap, we're going to parent this empty. And this way, whenever we need to move it around, we can just move one object and all the others will follow. That will help us separating all the parts later on. Alright, next let's do the windows. So for this we can use the skin modifier. So let's just position the 3D cursor and create a new plane. And now we're going to merge all the vertices into the center and just make the rough outline of the window. And now let's go to the modifiers and add the skin modifier. Let's make one root and add the bevel. Next, let's make the edges a little bit rounder, but since it doesn't work with just vertices, let's disable the skin modifier for a second. Extrude this a little bit. Then we can go to the edge select mode, select the edges, and press Ctrl B, drag the mouse till we have about the right size of bevel, and then scroll up to get the right amount or a decent amount of smoothness. Now we can delete this part that we extruded and switch on the skin modifier. And add better root. Alright, now we need a segment from top to bottom. So let's duplicate this vertex and extrude it down. And this one we need to make a little bit wider so that it doesn't break when it's printed. So yeah, we can increase it by either pressing Ctrl and A and then dragging the mouse around, or we can enter the values up here. So let's increase the Y value to 0.4 and let's make all of them have a X value of 0.6. And now we can move it all back by 0.4. So that's why it's going to be protruded outside of the geometry by the detail amount. Now we can duplicate the window over here. All we're missing are the front windows. So let's duplicate it again. And let's not forget to parent all the parts to our empty. Alright. And I'm just going to follow the shape of the window. Now to move it 0.2 millimeters outside, we can snap or move it by pressing G, locking it on the x-axis, and then holding down the Ctrl key and selecting one of the vertices on the outside, and then move it by 0.2 again. Alright, now to make it actual windows, let's first of all, let's also not forget to mirror all of them. So let's add in a mirror modifier and use the center. And now select the others and the one with the modifier last. Let's press Ctrl L and link them, not the materials, but the modifiers. And now we have all of them on both sides. Yeah, so next we need to actually cut holes in the mesh. So let's create simple box and move it around to make the shape of the window. Doesn't really need to be very, it doesn't need to be very nice since it's going to be covered by our outline anyways. So let's create another cube. And let's also move them so that they go through both sides. And duplicate the second cube. Alright, and let's name it sub windows. And select the cap mesh. And add a boolean, select difference, and the cube. Now if we hide the cube, then you can see the windows are actually cut out. Now we need to make a front window, so let's make another cube. Move it to 0 on the x-axis. Let's cut it in half and mirror it. And let's try to follow the shape of the window. Oh, and since it has a spur in the middle, let's move it by 0.5 and close the gap. Alright, now to get those curves, we can once again use the bevel modifier. So let's create a vertex group and select the vertices. And I'm placing some loop cuts in the middle because otherwise it would cause issues. So I can show you first without. So if I make those a vertex group, and those as well, and then add a bevel modifier that uses this vertex group, then it would create some undesirable effects. So I put one in the middle and remove this from the group. Then I'm getting the bevel where I want it to be. So let's make it some more segments, nothing too crazy, because it's going to be covered up by the line anyways. Alright, now let's move this part down. And again, for each loop cut that we add, we need to remove it from the group. And of course, only if it's next to vertices that are assigned to the group. Well, now we can either make a new group for some smaller bevels, or we can use the bevel weight. So let's make one for the weight, another bevel modifier, weight, and something very subtle, like this. Since it's very close to the edge, let's try to make it a little bit slanted to the inside. so that we still have enough material to print it. So let's move the outside somewhere here. And let's move those a little further inside. Let's add a new Boolean modifier and subtract this new cube. Yeah, it doesn't seem to work well on the other side, so let's select a carve method. Alright, that fixes it. But yeah, there's still too little material here, so let's get this cube back here. Let's move this to the last layer. Oh, and of course it needs to be parented. Also, one last thing, let's move this a little bit to the inside by 0.2.5. Alright, and yeah, it looks very ugly at the moment, so let's fix this by adding the outline. So for this, let's duplicate the whole mesh. By pressing tilde, we can move the mesh into a local layer. So now we can let's decrease the subdivision by 1. It's still a little bit messed up on the left side, but that doesn't really matter since it's mirrored anyway and we need just one side. So we can apply it to the actual mesh by pressing Alt and C and then convert it to mesh. Now let's delete everything that is not the outline. Now we need to clean up the mesh a little bit. You can connect both vertices by pressing J. So yeah, what I'm going to do is just try to make nice loops along the outline. And you can also use the knife tool by pressing K and then connecting two vertices. And yeah, and if you select two faces that have a triangle, like this, or if you select all of them and then press Alt and J, you can transform them into quads. So the reason I'm doing this is I want one clean line in the middle of it. So what I want to do is do a loop cut in the middle, but for this it needs a clean geometry. Okay, now that we have the loop cut in the middle, we can press Ctrl I and delete everything else. So let's then bring back the rest of the geometry and copy the modifier from our outline objects. And parent it to the empty. Now we need to make the radius and the x-axis a little longer. So again, 0.6, or actually 7 in this point. And let's put the root in the middle. This requires a little bit of experimentation so that it aligns nicely. Now we actually need to change the radius. Alright, that's starting to look decent. So let's smooth it out a little bit. Let's use our blueprint. Doesn't mesh 100% in this area, but yeah, that's something that can't always be avoided, because there's still the concern of it remaining printable. But yeah, once it's cleaned up, we can move the box around that we used for the Boolean modifier and get a little bit of a nicer cut. Now we can always make our own coordinate system by selecting 2 vertices, or 3, or whatever, any amount of vertices, and clicking Control, Alt, and space. Yeah, and now we can move all of those along the angle of the new system. And we can also use with the proportional fall off by pressing O, and now by pressing G, and you can see a circle by moving or scrolling the mouse wheel. We can adjust the circle, and it's the area of influence for the neighboring vertices. Now we can move it outside a little bit more, move it a little bit to the front. Let's go back to our local coordinate system. Tweak it a little more. starting to look fairly decent. So let's get back our cube and adjust the cut a little bit. Let's also name it sub window front. And yeah, we need to increase the size of the cut a little bit. It looks like it's too short on the inside. No, it's a little bit too much. What I want to do is get rid of the cut outside of our outline, because that could cause some issues, because it would make the outline a thin wall if it's just freely not connected to the rest of the cab. So let's move those parts down. And by the way, I just pressed 5 on the numpad to change to the orthographic camera instead, to the perspective camera instead of the orthographic camera. Alright. That should do it. Let's go back to the orthographic camera. Now with the windows down, we can move on to the doors. Oh. Looks like still have some excess geometry here. Before we make the doors, let's actually adjust the roof a little bit, since it's not perfectly flat, but yeah, actually lower at the sides. So let us select the sides and move it slightly down. Now let's make the topology in such a way that we have mostly straight lines going back. Seems like some of the lines are too close for the bevel. So let's check that out. Since we're getting a sort of harsh outline or a sort of hard edge around this area. So let's it's where the bevel meets the new vertices. So let's make it a little less wide. Or let's move it just a little bit further back. Okay. Adjust them a little bit further. Now we can move on to the doors. So first of all, let's make this area a little bit more straight, and then we are going to remove a little bit of the front here. Yeah, this part is going to be a little bit inset. And yeah, it's also the part where the bumper is going to be. Let's actually make a bumper real quick. So yeah, let's duplicate part of this geometry over here. And let's press P to make it a separate object. Now let's remove all the Boolean modifiers and the bevel for the roof that we're not going to need for this one. Let's adjust the height. And looking at the blueprint, it's a little bit hard to see, but it seems to be bulging out a little bit. So let's make 2 more loop cuts. And yeah, scaling wouldn't work very well since it's going to scale everywhere, also on the y-axis. So let's try pressing Alt and S, and it's going to move it along the normals. Okay, now let's select those and create a crease. Yeah, now we have a somewhat nice bulge. Yeah, now the rest seems sort of flat. So let's just create a plane. Use the solidify modifier and the bevel. Yeah, we can also snap it to the top by pressing G, holding down, pressing Z, holding down Control, and selecting one of the top vertices. Now we can adjust it from the top. Just so it overlaps. Let's move it a tiny bit down so we don't get any merging problems with two perfectly aligned faces. And let's pivot the bumper to the plane and the plane to the empty. Right, now let's create some more faces down here to match the height. And finally, let's move to the doors. So with making the doors, we're going to make a plane and then make the outline of it 0.2 millimeter thick and then cut it out of the mesh. So let's start by making a new plane. Rotate it around the y-axis, and then let's just trace the line. Now to make an outline of 0.2 millimeters, we can inset all of the faces. So once all the faces are selected, let's press I and type in 0.2. Now we can delete faces. And let's adjust a little bit so that it's outside of the outline of the window. Or we can actually move the outline of the window inside a little bit. Like this. Alright, now it is a little bit apart from the geometry in some places, so we can make it stick to it by using a shrink wrap modifier. So let's select the cap, and so that we just have more geometry, let's use a subdivision modifier. But we don't want it to be smoother, so we can select, instead of the catmark clock, the simple option. Then we can use some more subdivisions, or actually you can increase it manually a little bit. And now what we ultimately want is to cut it out of the geometry, but that would create an issue with the shrink wrap modifier, so let us duplicate the cap. And in case we are going to make any changes, we can duplicate it as an instance. So if we press Alt and D instead of Shift D, we make a linked copy. So let's remove all the unnecessary modifiers. And yeah, what it does is if we change one of them, for example like this, then both will change. Let's move it back and move it in a different layer. can even increase the subdivisions. And now let's use this one as our shrink wrap target. Let's name it sub door and parent it to the empty. Then we can use a solidify modifier. Let's use 0.4 and set it to the middle, as to avoid to have some faces exactly on top of each other, which may cause problems with the Boolean. Right, then while we're at it, let's make a new one. Let's repeat it for the second door. So let's just move it in. And once again we can inset it by pressing I and typing 0.2 and deleting the middle face. And add a few more loops for the shrink wrap. Alright, now let's mirror it along the middle. And move it to a different layer and use one more Boolean. Sub doors. Seems like it doesn't work on the front, so we can choose another method. Still an issue, so we might need to alter it a little bit. What's causing the issue is that this part is shrink wrapped to nowhere, so it tries to adjust the geometry. So let's delete part of it and move it so that it still touches the geometry. Right. And yeah, we can also use one more bevel to make those a little bit more visible. Let's set it to something like 60. Disable clamping and make it something very small, like 0.2. Let's disable the loop slide. It could be a little bit more. And yeah, since the geometry here is a little bit slanted, we need to adjust the outline of the windows as well. So for this we can also use the modifier, the shrink wrap modifier. So let's shrink them down and use a shrink wrap and move it in front of the skin modifier. and we don't want the lines to be exactly on the surface, so we can just offset them by 0.4. Yeah. Need to check the keep above surface. This one needs to be 0.6 also. Alright, and now we can copy the modifiers from the object we just edited by pressing Ctrl L and selecting modifiers. Alright. Now all we need to do is add some details. So yeah, first of all, let's create the headlights. Yeah, I'm gonna just use a sketch for the basic position and make my own headlights to match a little bit different model. So let's create a cylinder, and as long as we don't move it yet, we can still edit the vertices. So let's increase it to 50. Now let's rotate it along the x-axis. And we want it to be a little wider, so let's go into edit mode, select half of it and extrude it. Now we don't need those parts. Actually, a better way is, instead of extruding, we can separate it by pressing the V key. Cannot be ripped, probably because those are not connected. Connect those, select this loop cut, press V. Now those are separated. Now we can hover over one of the halves and press L to connect all of the connected vertices. And now we can move those outside. And now we can use the loop tools and bridge. Now we don't want it to be poking inside, but rotating won't work since it's gonna slant make it a little bit thinner towards the end. So a way to maintain the width and still slant it is by using a share function. So we can just press the spacebar and type share and select the Y key. And now we can slant it while maintaining the width. Now we use our usual modifier, like the bevel and the mirror. And let's parent it. Now let's create some headlights over here. Well, actually we can just delete a half and use one more mirror. Let's select both of those and snap the 3D cursor in the middle by pressing Shift S and select the cursor. Shift S and cursor to select it. Now we can create a circle in this spot. Let's make it 50 as well. Actually, I wanted to merge it. Now, let's move inside a little bit and close it. And just create a rounded shape. You can use the smooth shading, so it looks a little better. And we can activate the auto smooth, so it still separates the sharp edges. So yeah, it's a little bit wider than it should be. So let's move it a little bit aside, something like this. Alright, now we can duplicate it to the bottom. How to make those decorative lines? We can again use the shrink wrap modifier. So let's create a new plane. And again, we're gonna use the mirror modifier, then the shrink wrap modifier, or first we can use the subdivision surface and set it to simple. And we can use the solidify modifier, but again, we can actually make it 0 point, or actually 1. Should be thick enough, but yeah, in case it's not thick enough and creates some printing issues, then we can still change the number in the modifier with little to none work. And the bevel to top it off. Oh, and I actually forgot to use the shrink wrap. So let's move it in front of the solidify modifier. And let's actually name our reference cap. So I can use it cap shrink. Yeah, now let's also apply the mirror modifier. And let's straighten up by scaling it along the y-axis by 0. And snap it here. Or move it even further. Alright, now we can select the second one and the first one and connect the object data and remove the mirror modifier. Alright, now let's use cap shrink. And follow the outline. And let's give it a little bit more of geometry and still try to follow the shape as close as possible, even though the shrink modifier is going to help with that. You can also increase the subdivisions a little bit more. I think 0.5 might actually be far too much, so let's tone it down to 0.4. And yeah, we can see there are some issues over here where it's not looking very nice, and we can try to improve it by adding more subdivision levels. And a little bit more of the geometry. But I'm still not very satisfied, so let's actually apply our subdivision modifier and remove the part in the center. And let's apply the shrink wrap as well. And now we can shrink it to 0 along the z-axis. So let's scale it by pressing S, Z, and 0. And the same with the top part. Now it should be straight. Now let's copy part of it and move it down to the door. Was a little hasty, so let's go back a few steps. Since we can copy, actually we can open the history by pressing Control Alt and Z and go to the part which we wanted to go. So let's go to the part before we applied the modifier. Let's copy all of it and move it down to somewhere around here. Use the proportional fall off by pressing O. Doesn't need to be too close. Yeah, that should be enough. So now we can apply the modifiers and straighten the top line. Z0. Oops. Need to switch off the proportional editing for this. Alright. Now let's duplicate part of this part and move it here. Just add a little more detail that it won't be too visible when printed, since let's it's a little too fine, but yeah, you can spend as much time on it as you want. Now let's make some little door handles. And we're going to apply our usual set of modifiers. So a mirror along the middle, then a solidify modifier, and a bevel. And let's move it over here. Let's copy this part, or actually you can use the one from the front. So let's copy this. Let's disable the clipping for a second. Move it here, rotate it around Z by 90 degrees. Let's copy it and mirror it by -1 on the y-axis. Let's snap it to the middle along the y-axis, and first of all let's remove the doubles, and that's going to create issues because the geometries are flipped, so we need to recalculate the normals like this, and let's scale it along 0 along the x-axis. Now you can move it down here, scale it a little bit. This part's a little bit smaller. And let's snap it to the wall. Like this. Alright, now let's make the small thingies on the roof. So we can just create a cube, and we can copy those modifiers and remove the solidify modifier. I removed it from the wrong one. This, of course, needs the modifier. This one doesn't. Now let's create a vertex group and one more bevel. And the first one is going to use the vertex group for the top curvature. So let's increase the segments a little bit. And yeah, the second one is going to bevel it in general. There isn't really a hint on where it's positioned from the top, so we can just go with our gut. And let's copy it to the back as well. And yeah, by the way, if you want to view the model without all those lines, you can either disable the parenting, the relationship lines, or just click only rendered to see just the geometry. So yeah, what we're missing is some lights and a siren. So let's go with the siren first. Let's make it a cube once again. move it in the middle. Then let's copy the modifiers from here. And we don't need the first level, but we can activate the clipping. Let's make a little division here. Oh, actually we can select loop cut and press Ctrl B and type in 0.2 to bevel those edges. Then make one in the middle. And let's press Alt and 7 to scale along the normals. Alright. You can actually decrease the bevel angle. Like this. Well, looks like the roof is actually still a bit high, so can move that a little bit down. And a little bit further to the front. And that's too much. If editing is a little bit slow at this moment, you can always go to the scene panel, use just one viewport subdivision and check simplify. And what it does is it decreases all of the subdivision modifiers to use just one subdivision, and it can be easily switched off once it's done. Closer to the reference now. Now we can move on to the lights. So let's create just one of those tiny ones. Somewhere around here. Let's create one more circle, and it doesn't need to be very detailed, so let's just go with 12 and we can use the subdivision modifier. As well as a mirror modifier along the middle. So let's go into edit mode and rotate it. Now let's check out the size without the mirror. Now let's make it 0.7 and apply the scale. That's actually pretty close to what it looks like. Let's move it a little bit inside the roof. Can be a little bit higher. there still needs to be a little bit of connection. So yeah, this looks good enough. Now let's duplicate it and move it to the front. And duplicate it one more time. Let's remove the mirror modifier and move it on 0 on the x-axis. Let's parent all of those, as well as the siren. Let's also create the bell. So we can use a plane, put it somewhere in the center, and use the screw modifier once again. The 0 on the local, and using the screw modifier, we select the y-axis as the rotational point, and yeah, now we just follow the shape. And with the last one, we can again use the coordinates and put it on 0 on the z-axis. Let's increase the step count to 50 and use the bevel. Now let's move it to the right place. Let's move the cursor to the center, make a little cone, and scale it by 0.5. So the diameter is going to be 1 millimeter. And connect it. So let's parent both to the bumper. Actually call it bumper. And again, one more thing with the screw modifier. You can once again use a railing, or you can use a cylinder just as well. Let's just use a cylinder, it's not a very complicated curved object. So yeah, now I'm just gonna add some details and fast forward the recording. Now let's add the final details to the cap. So first of all I want to address the mirrors. So let's snap the cursor to the mirror and add a plane. And let's just make a vertex outline according to what it looks like in the sketch. And now we can once again use the skin modifier. And ultimately the subdivision modifier. Let's make a new vertex as the root. And smooth the edge a little bit. Now we need to make the thickness in a way that it would still be printable, so should be about 1 millimeter thick. So let's increase it and make the radius 0.56. And because it's smooth with the subdivision modifier, it's gonna be around 1 millimeter thickness. Now let's adjust. It does look somewhat out of scale. We can still try to make it a little less. But yeah, making it thinner runs the risk of it breaking during printing. Alright, now let's make a cockpit and something for the wheels to actually attach to. So let's copy a part of the wheels. Make it a separate object by pressing P and use the selection. Now let's edit this object that we just created. Enable clipping. And we don't need all the Boolean modifiers, but instead we need a little bit of thickness. So yeah, we can either use a solidify modifier or just make a solidifier is fastest. So let's just use 1 millimeter and move it in front of the bevel. And one more thing, let us actually enlarge it, so we can just type by 0.5. So yeah, just type 5 behind of it. Yeah, so we have an easier time actually inserting the wheels. Alright, now for the cockpit, we wanted to make it in such a way that we can take all of this away. So basically we'll be able to remove the cockpit along with the fenders. So since the fenders are going to be removed, we need to make a cutout in the cap to put them in. So let's copy them. And let's remove any unnecessary modifiers like the bevel. Now let's call them sub for subtraction. Let's move them to a different layer. And use a Boolean to cut them out. go. And now if we remove them, we have a perfectly, now we can remove them and have a perfect slot to insert them back in. So now let's create a new plane. And let's press Ctrl 7 so that we can look at it from below and we don't need the sketch anymore. So let's disable the layer with the blueprint. And we can parent the bumper to the fender part and call it floor. And let's actually make the fenders closed. So let's extrude by 1 millimeter. Now let's select on all the inside faces. Well, let's actually select those and hide them. And now we can select all of the inside ones, extrude them, and place it above. So that it encases the axes. Oh, didn't mean to scale them along the x-axis, so let's undo that. Now if you press S and then Shift and X, we can exclude the x-axis from the scaling process. Now there are some faces that are too close to the bevel, so we can just pull them down manually. Like this. Let's select the fender and the axis and move them to the separate layer to see if there is any intersection, but yeah, it looks fine. Okay, let's also parent the axis to the fender. Let's leave a small gap to the outside wall. Now let's make a separation in the middle. So let's make 2 loop cuts and scale them together and extrude. And let's also make another loop cut in the middle. And extrude as well. Now we can delete those 2 faces and merge everything. So select everything and then remove doubles. And let's raise this section a little bit. Create a sort of middle panel. And let's extrude this offside a little bit and delete this face. Now let's select all the outside edges and move them down by 1.1 on the z-axis. just to avoid those nasty transitions that we can see here. So yeah, let's make that nice and smooth. Alright, all we are missing is the console, so let's add that in. Just go from this point and create a cube, or actually let's make just a plane. And again, use the same modifiers. And move this one to the middle. Now, let's just use the outside of the cap together with the panel. Move them to their own layer, and let's look at it from below. So yeah, now we can make it follow the outline. And let's also make use of subdivision modifier and get rid of the, well actually let's leave the bevel in, so if we have sharp edges it's also going to make a sharper edge for the subdivision modifier. So something like this looks fine for now. Let's move the front part a little bit higher. Move it inside a little bit, like this, and drag it down. You can increase the subdivisions. Make sure it doesn't collide with any walls. Let's increase the angle of the bevel by, let's make it 60. So we don't have a sharp edge over here. Alright, now we can see due to the curvature, the solidify modifier is bulging out a little bit, so let's just close this gap and move this edge down here, let's merge them, and let's leave just about 1 millimeter on the y-axis. Well, let's make it 1.1, and then we can press minus to flip the direction. And you select this vertex and press F, move this one to the top. Go a little further even. Now let's extrude those as well. And let's merge both of them. Let's check once again in the separate layer. Actually be moved a little bit to the outside even. Let's us add a steering wheel. So for this, let's go to the top view, somewhere, and let's make a circle. And let's make it a rather low resolution. Let's go with 12. Alright, and now we can once again use the skin modifier. And let's make it 0.56. And use the subdivision surface modifier. And yeah, it can be a little bit bigger. Let's duplicate this part. And yeah, it still looks a little bit choppy, so we can copy the subdivision surface modifier, use just one level of subdivision and move it in front of the skin modifier. So now let's move it down. And let's create the middle part and the connections. Hold on, we can actually select 3 at once. Let's duplicate them, extrude, and let's merge them in the middle. And let's create some more and slide them to the outside. We can make the middle one a little bit thinner. And yeah, we can do that by pressing Ctrl and A and dragging the mouse inside a little bit. And we can also press Shift to make the increments even smaller. Let's move it around a little bit. Or we can just add some more vertices. Yeah, that looks fine. And now we have a steering wheel. We can position it, and yeah, so if we scale it, the modifiers are gonna use the new scale, but if you press apply scale, it's gonna use the radius again. So yeah, let's make it something reasonable, like this. And we can press D to see the wireframe mode, so it's sort of a little bit of a see-through. So yeah, we can position the steering wheel. Let's make this a little bit shorter. Let's apply the scale and parent all of those parts to the floor. And now let's make some seats. So let's just hide the shell of the cap for a moment, and let's make a cube. And let's copy the modifiers once again. Let's remove a half, and we want to mirror it one more time to move it on the other side. And we can do that by adding another mirror modifier that uses the middle. Now we also need subdivision surface modifier. Let's go into edit mode. Or actually, let's scale it up a little bit. And we can see a little bit of seat here, so that's about how high it goes. Let's hide it again. And let's remove the solidify modifier. Now let's copy them and rotate it around the z-axis by 180 degrees. Let's bring back, well, first of all, let's apply the mirror, the second mirror. Oh, actually, let's apply. Let's do it like this and separate this one as a known object. And now let's give it a known origin. So like this, move it somewhere closer, and let's widen it. That's a little bit much. Let's do it by hand by just dragging out the middle. Let's parent them, all of them. Yeah, now, if we move the fender around, now we move everything. Oh, now we have a little bit of an overlap. So let's take a look if it's overlapping with the cap. Yeah, that's a little bit too close for my liking. Let's move it a little bit inside. Yeah, that should be enough of a gap. Alright, and before moving on to the pump section, let's adjust just a few more things. So I uploaded it to Shapeways to make a little check, and it turns out there are a few issues that could be regarded as thin walls. So first of all, let's make those a little thicker. So first of all, let's rotate them so they're basically half covered. And let's also make them a little thicker. So we can again link the geometry, so we can need to edit just one. So link the object data. Now let's make it a little bit thicker. And let's scale it a little more to, let's say, 0.9. And apply the scale. Right, we need to make it a single user. Now we can apply the scale, and now we can link back the geometry. Okay. And another issue was with the top half of this. Most likely it's because of the cut for the door. So we can either move it lower or move the door a little bit to the top. So let's just try moving it a little bit more inside. Maybe that'll solve the issue. Alright, and everything else we can check at the end. Let's move on to the pump section. Take a look at just the layer and enable the blueprint. And the first thing we want to tackle is the drum for the hose. So first of all, let's make a very simple base by creating a cylinder. And let's make it 50 vertices. Now let's rotate it to the side by 90 degrees. Scale it up and to the sides. Okay, let's adjust the thickness. So we're going to exclude the y-axis from scaling and scale it to match the size. And let's adjust the position. And what we need to do is cut out a section like this. Now let's leave 1.1 millimeters of space. Let's extrude this one inside. Let's use a mirror modifier and a bevel. Now we can extrude for 1 millimeter. Extrude once again the outside, and let's scale it without the y-axis. So again, shift Y, like this. Now let's deselect the top half. I press B to make box select, and with the middle mouse button we can deselect vertices. And let's extrude down and scale it along the z-axis by 0. Okay, let's parent it to the empty. And now we need to create the hose. And we can do that. First of all, let's decrease the size a little bit. And we can make the hose by using the screw modifier once again. Let's make a new circle. And let's make it fairly low poly. So just about, let's say, 8 vertices. Let's rotate it and make it a little smaller. And now we can use a screw modifier, but we actually want to make the origin in the middle of the drum. Yeah, so let's make the origin in the middle of the drum. Let's move it to the origin of it, move it back to the top, and click on origin to 3D cursor. And now we just need to select the y-axis as the axis for the rotation, calculate order, and let's apply a subdivision surface modifier to make it a little smoother. And now to get a sort of a reel, let's first of all duplicate it and put it at the other end. Duplicate it once again. And now we can use the screw to adjust the stepping. Alright, and we can increase the iterations until it's completely covered. So yeah, let's move it inside just a little bit, like this, and adjust the screwing. Now let's parent it to the drum. And next let's make the deck gun. So we can make part of it once again with the screw modifier. And yeah, by double tapping the Z key, we can use the local Z axis. So we can move it by 0.2. Now 0.2 along the local Y axis. And let's move it to 0 along the local Z axis. Now just adjusting the geometry. And now we can use a curve in order to make the actual deck gun. So let's actually duplicate it and put it in a different layer. And let's rotate it by let's use the origin and rotate it by 180 degrees. Now we can move it down since it's clearer from the other side. So let's create a curve. Now going into the local layer, we need to adjust it by 45. So let's make local again. So 45 degrees. And now we need to rotate it all by 90. Right. And yeah, basically it's just a line that we can control, but in order to make it actual geometry, we can go into depth and make it full. So let's make it 0.5, and you can increase the resolution, so something like 20 should be fine. Alright. Now we can get a really nice curvature with very little control points. So let's adjust the depth to match the deck gun. Alright, so it looks like from the middle it goes to the right. So let's extrude it, move it to the right, and rotate it along the y-axis by 90 degrees. Let's adjust this one. And then it makes a curvature to the top. And then goes to the left. And I'm just making the basic shape here so we can adjust later. So yeah, now it swivels again by 90 degrees. And also a little bit to the front. Then over here. Again to the right. and into the deck gun. Like this. Now let's decrease the thickness a little bit. And let's make it a little bit less wobbly. You can subdivide it. Pair them together and to the empty. Now we can actually use the steering wheel and make a smaller version of it. So let's copy this one and move it to the pump layer. And let's make it tiny and adjust the scale a little bit bigger. This decreases to 0.45. And let's decrease it to 0.46. Okay. Yeah, all the other elements are basically straightforward, so I'm just gonna fast forward it. That looks actually closer now. So let's make this section thicker. So let's subdivide those once again. can take those and increase the mean radius. Like this. Let's divide them once more. And use the same radius here. So we have more of a sharp transition. Without changing this curve all too much. Let's flip it to the other side by pressing Ctrl and 3 and make this side first. So there's a panel over here. And I just noticed I forgot to switch on the screencast keys. So here we go. Not a little belated. Alright, we are done with the pump section. So next let's move on to the body. So let's continue with the body. And first of all, one thing that I didn't notice is that I have the modifiers in the wrong order. So we need to move the array modifier in front of the mirror modifier, because otherwise it's gonna be applying the array in the wrong direction. So let's move this up and let's repeat the same for the wheels. For the tires. The wheels seem to be alright. Yeah, the wheels right. Okay. So let's move on and disable the other parts. Okay, let's start by refining the shape. So let's make a cut here and make it straight. Now let's compare from the top. And it looks like the cut is somewhere here. Okay. And let's make this one again 1.1 and minus the flip the direction. And I'm always saying 1.1 since the wall thickness is 1, so that the faces aren't exactly on top of each other. So let's remove, or first of all, let's also make one cut for the top, like this. Let's make this one straight. Now we can remove all of those vertices. Now we can actually use the loop tools. So we select both of those sides and then select bridge. And sometimes you need to click on reverse. So let's close the other gaps. Let's take one more look from the top. So we need, looks like we have some disconnected. Alright, let's connect them manually. Alright. 1.1. And level. Okay, since we don't need the front view, let's first of all, let's move it somewhere else. Now let's duplicate all of those, move it to a different layer, and now let's replace the front view with the back view. And also let's flip it around since it's actually mirrored right now. And yeah, one thing we can take from the cab is the axis. So let's grab this one. Let's move it here. And also we need to delete the parents, so we can press Alt and P and clear parent, but keep the transformation. Alright, now we can replicate this bulge. Make it a little bit roundish. select all of them and subdivide smooth. Let's repeat what we've done for the fender of the cap. So let's move it back, extrude by 1. Let's hide those parts, extrude and scale excluding the x-axis. You can adjust this cut, or let's just make a new one over here, and we can delete all of those vertices. So extrude them down. Let's extrude those until they meet the middle. And now if we connect the middle one, we can click Alt and click one of the edges with the right mouse button and press F to fill it, and the same for down here. Okay, and it looks like this part is actually straight, so we might have just as well left those deleted. So let's move those down. And extrude those. Scale along Y. Let's make 2 more loops. And remove the doubles. So now let's just make the outlines for the compartments. So let's move this. And it's important that you press G 2 times so we can slide along the edges, because just moving around will destroy the angle that we have. In case it happens, we can just select the vertices and then slide them down and back up to restore it. So let's make one here, and let's make those straight. And yet again one here. Okay, now we have the basic shape. Before we move on, let's actually make the cap and all the other parts have connections, so we can print them separately and then later combine them, and also combine them with other scale models. Okay, so let's take the pump section and make a simple structure that can be used to connect the other parts. So let's make one loop cut and switch to global, and let's make it around 9mm sign. Now let's make another one at around 11, and yet one more at 11.9. And let's make it around 8.45. There isn't actually any particular reason for those numbers, but it's the ones I used so far, so yeah, that's just gonna fit to the other designs I've made. So let's extrude arbitrarily. Actually, we can take a look by how much we need to extrude it. Let's just use the snap tool, holding down Control. Alright, Now let's extrude it by 1.05. And actually we can delete those faces. Extrude all of those by 0.25. Same with this one. Let's move those outside a little by 0.25 and close. Okay, now let's just copy, delete those, and let's copy the structure to the other side. First of all, let's scale it along the y-axis by -1. And since it's now inverted, let's flip the normals. Over here in the shading and UV section. And let's take a look by how much we need to adjust it. So once again, let's use snapping. And move it by 1.05. Alright. Now let's extrude it to meet the hole we made. And let's delete the normals. Well, first of all, we also need to adjust the x coordinates. So let's move it here. And now we can remove the doubles. Alright. And now we need to make the holes in the body and the cap to match this section. Oh, looks like I forgot to subdivide it. So let's disable the mirror modifier so we can actually see it a little better. Let's adjust the height of this one. Let's snap it here. And let's remove this part. Now we can take a look from below. And adjust this part. Alright, now we can switch the mirror back on, and let's repeat it with the cap. And also for the time of editing the cap, let's simplify the mesh. Let's again snap it to the top. Let's move the parts a little bit down. Since the cap has a subdivision surface modifier, it's a little bit rounded, so let's move the faces around so it's actually somewhat straight. So we can move this here, this a little bit outside. And we can create a new loop cut and move it to the top. That looks good. Actually, it can be a little bit narrower. And we can also use the creasing. And let's disable the mirror once again to see how it looks from the top. Yeah, that looks fine as well. Can move it a slight bit up. And when we make the connection to the cap, let's not forget to edit the cockpit accordingly. So if I just hide this for a second, we need to actually make this gap, which I forgot earlier. So yeah, basically it was like this. And yeah, we need to create a few more loop cuts. and move it out of the way. So yeah, the connection is actually possible. Okay. All right. Let's disable the simplify. And now we can move back to working with the body. First of all, let's duplicate one part of it and use it for the platform. Right here. And since it has rounded edges, we can make something like this with a vertex group. So we can add just this one vertex to the vertex group and then use another bevel that's going to use the vertex group. And yeah, we can adjust the curvature. Okay, now let's just use this section at the other side as well. And we can separate this one into its own part. And yeah, since the body is actually not symmetrical, we now have to apply, or well, before we apply it, we can actually make the bottom doors, since they are the same on both sides. So let's go into edit mode. Let's make one more loop cut. And let's make those on both sides on the same level. Right, now we can select them. And now we can inset them by pressing I and typing 0.2. Now let's select the faces that we just created with this and delete them. And yeah, since we deleted the outline of the doors, we basically have the doors floating in space, and we need a little bit of material to connect them. So let's select the outer vertices and press F to fill the material and move it back by 0.2. Let's flip the normals. Alright, let's cut out the middle since we don't need it. Next, we can repeat the process with the back doors. So for this, let us hide the material. So select all the vertices you want to hide and press H to hide. And you can press Alt H to hide them back. So yeah, let's follow the blueprint and create the doors. Let's once again create a plane to connect them and move it back by 0.2 millimeters. And now that we are done with the symmetrical parts, let's apply the mirror modifier and create the rest of the geometry. In order to create the ladder, we can build a very simple geometry using planes and the array modifier. So let's add in a new plane, move it to the outside of the ladder. Let's scale it by 0.5, which leaves the plane with a size of 1 square millimeter. Add a solidify modifier with the wall thickness of 1, a bevel, and a mirror. For the mirror, we need to use the z-axis. So right, let's make one segment. And for the actual step, let's duplicate one part of the plane and extrude it downwards. And in order to get multiple segments, we can use the array modifier. But first, let's move the array modifier as the first modifier, so we can actually use the merging. And yeah, we can use the relative y-axis, which will use the length of the object, and click merge, so basically the different segments will be fused. Now we can increase the count to match the length of the ladder. For the handrails, we can copy a part of the geometry, duplicate it, and move it outside a little, and then press P to make it a separate object. And then we can once again, first of all, remove all the unnecessary modifiers, and then add the skin modifier to create the handrail. Add the subdivision modifier and a mirror modifier that uses the middle. Let's increase the thickness. Let's adjust the length and the position. Extrude the connection on the local axis that we can create by pressing Ctrl, Alt, and Space. Delete unnecessary edge. Move the root to the middle to avoid the artifact on the curve. And finally, let's increase the radius to 0.56 to have a thickness that is printable. And now let's adjust the ladder so we can create a connection for it. So once again, we can add in a plane, extrude it a little bit further than the ladder so we have a little bit of space to actually insert it later. We can use a solidify modifier to create the necessary thickness. And then we can either copy it to the front or use an array modifier to actually repeat it. So I noticed that I actually forgot to inset the outer walls of the pump section. So let me get to it. Right, let's adjust them like this. Oh, actually, let me take a look. Yeah, and the bottom we can see by how much we're moving it, so let's move it by -3. And now we can move all the elements by -3 as well. And those we need to move by 6. Alright. Now to make some hoses, we can once again use the skin modifier. So let's do the usual stick. And let's move it slightly above. skin modifier, and let's make it a little wider, like say 0.5, and that's a little bit much. Well, actually, let's go with 1. And actually, let's put the bevel modifier in front of the subdivision modifier. And let's increase the bevel size. And let's make it an angle of about 80. Now let's add some vertices by pressing Ctrl and R, and by scrolling the mouse button up we can put a little bit of geometry in there. Let's go with something like 15. Yeah, we can also type it in. Alright, then we can either manually mess it up a little bit just to be somewhat more random, or we can just use a displacement modifier. So let's add a displacement, and we need to create a little texture for it. So let's click on this, and this button will take us to the texture panel, and we can create clouds. And yeah, let's increase the size to something like 5. Or yeah, we can actually go a little higher than that. Yeah, like this. And let's put it in front of the skin modifier. Like this. And actually we can copy it and put it in the back. But we can decrease the strength to maybe 1.2. And here we can increase it. So let's adjust it manually a little bit. By the way, we can activate this one to display the modifier in the edit mode. And in order to make a little bit of variation, we can use, instead of the texture coordinate, we can use an object. So let's use one of the empties, or actually let's create one new empty for this. We'll just use this as the object. Alright, and one of the last things to do is to make a threaded structure. So for this, let's go to a different layer and create some basic threading. So for a threaded structure, let's create one new plane, and let's make it 0.2 in one dimension and 0.4 in the other. Let's apply the scale. Now let's go into edit mode and rotate it by 45 degrees. Now, actually, before we do that, let's duplicate it. Rotate it by 90 degrees. Let's snap it to the edge and move it away by 0.2. Now let's rotate both of them by 45 degrees. And what we want to do now is make the repeating structure. And in order to get the right number, we can either calculate it or we can just see how wide it would be, where the middles would touch. So yeah, according to this is what the dimension would be. So let's copy this value and enter it here. Sorry, here. And yeah, now we can make it as long as we need, and by adding another one, yeah, we can also make it as high as we need. So all that is left is to add a solidify modifier, and now we can put it to use. And yeah, a little bit annoying thing about this is that Shapeways won't recognize it if it's just overlaying over an object, so we actually need to unify it with a boolean with the object that it's supposed to be on, because yeah, otherwise it's not going to be recognized. Probably too small to be identified as a separate object or an object that's supposed to be part of the model. Put it on a different layer. And now let's take a look. So first of all, if we compare to the sketch, here you can see that we have diamond plates in the back and also on top of those little shelves. Yeah, we won't really see that on this side, but yeah, on this one we would. So let's move it somewhere here. Let's snap it on top of this surface first. Move it by 0.2. Can move it to the outer edge. Alright, let's also duplicate it, move it a bit to the top. And yeah, now we just adapt the length and the width. Oh. And yeah, now we can, let's just put them on a separate layer or in a local layer, and yeah, we can apply the modifiers and just remove everything that's out of bounds. And yeah, all we need is to select one of the vertices that is part of those parts we want to remove, and once we select all of them, we can press Ctrl and L and delete them. Let's turn them to this part, just in case. And of course, let's name it diamond, and let's name the other one as well. And let's make some more duplicates. And let's create a boolean modifier. Let's select the union operation and this diamond. And now we move the diamond. It's already in a different layer, so yeah. There we go. And yeah, now we repeat the process for the other surfaces. Now the last diamond plate in front of the cap is going to be a bit tricky, since it needs to follow the shape of the cap all around the front. So yeah, just using a shrink wrap won't cut it this time. So let me just align it first. So yeah, basically it needs to go below the line. And what we can do is, yeah, first of all, of course, we're going to use a shrink wrap, and we're going to use the other geometry, so the one we made for the shrink wrapping, so cap and shrink. But yeah, it won't help us since it won't follow the curve too well after a while. So yes, you can see as we approach this other side, it's starting to get messy. And we also don't want to do it all by hand. So instead, let us take part of the geometry and duplicate it and make it a separate object. Now, oh, come on. Here we have it. So what we want to do is make a curve out of it. So let's apply the mirror modifier. And let's apply the subdivision. And yeah, I think this should be plenty. So okay, now you can press Alt and C and turn curve, curve from mesh or text. We don't need the booleans anymore, of course. And with that, we have a curve instead. And what we can do with the curve is that we can make the object follow the curve. So let's add a curve modifier. And let's put it in front of the shrink wrap. Select this curve. And let's make the center to be the origin. Like this. And yeah, now we can see it's looking a lot better now. So now we can move it along the curve, somewhere around here. And let's increase a little bit to here. And yeah, now that our shape is somewhat final of the cap, let us make a little adjustment to this mesh. So first of all, let's make it a single user object by pressing U and select object and data. And now we can move this further down. And this way, won't follow the curve down below, and we can also squish it a little bit. Okay. And yeah, it might look a little bit off in this section, but yeah, we are still using the simplified geometry, so once we use the regular one again, it should look fine. So yeah, first of all, let's parent it. And now let's apply and remove the unnecessary ones. So first of all, the whole bottom row. and the last few. Okay, so now let's use one more boolean. Let's copy this one, disabling it first, and now we can enable them both again. Alright. Sometimes you need to move an object around to make the boolean show up. So, yeah, same with the wheels. Okay, now we can also hide the curve or move it in another layer. Alright. And now we can disable the simplify once again. And this may take a while, since it needs to compute all the Boolean operations. And yeah, it's done already, so yeah, now if we take a look, might need to update it again. And yeah, we can see that it looks just fine. But for some reason, it looks like this section isn't really symmetrical. So let's see what's up with this. Ah yeah, the location isn't exactly in the center, so let's move to the center. I think it was off by 1.03, so let's use proportional offset and 0.13. Alright. Now lastly, what we need to do is to make some of the parts separate. So yeah, so that we either can combine the different cabs, pump section and bodies, or just for easier painting of the model. So first of all, What I like to do is to, on the one hand, make them separate, but on the other hand, maintain their position in the way they are right now. So in case we still want to go back to the design and change some things around, we can still revert back to the same state where it's positioned like it should, and switch back and forth basically. So we can do that by animating the model. So let's go to frame 1, and this is where the empty set we've been creating came in handy. Let's also switch on the simplify, and actually we can switch it all the way down to 0, so just for some quicker editing. Alright, so for animating we can just click I and choose location. Let's do the same for this part, and let's separate the hoses. As well as the ladder, and of course the wheels and tires, and the cap insides. Alright, and we can also separate the deck gun, but for this we need to create one more piece of geometry. So let's just create one simple cylinder like this. Scale it down a little bit. So let's remove some of the diamond plates. That should be enough. Might have actually been a bit, oh no, that's fine. Let's parent it to our deck gun, and let's take a look what it looks inside. Let's make it a little bit deeper. Let's apply our mirror modifier, and let's inset this one, move it to the cursor, click W and subdivide it several times. Actually, let's delete all of the faces, and now we can use the loop tools and make it a circle. So let's make it a bit of our snugger fit. Let's extrude it downwards. Now we have a hole that we can insert the deck into. So now with all of the parts animated, and you're free to separate even more parts if you wish. So now we can move to a different frame. So let's select frame 2. And now we can move the parts around. So in order for parts to be printed separately, it needs to have at least 0.5 millimeters of space between them. But let's go with 1 millimeter to be safe. So let's get them almost touching, move them by 1 millimeter to the top. Alright, and once again we need to save the frame. And now if we switch back between, we can also use the arrow keys. So if we switch between the two frames, then we can see that we can switch between the separated position and the combined position. And by the way, we can just go to the same frame again to update all the Boolean modifiers. So let's move the wheels somewhere here. Not quite. And for the ladder, let's go back a frame, and let's also save the rotation. Now I can move it to the top. and rotate it on the y-axis. Yeah, position it like this, and let's save the location and rotation. And now this is the part where those empties are going to come in handy. So we, once again, in order to leave 1 millimeter of space, we can move this one by -6. Oh, looks like this part wasn't parented, but yeah, we can move it manually. And now parent it and save the location. And let's move this one by -3. Now it's a lot cheaper, and also not all materials support being printed apart, so it's also cheaper to have fewer pieces. So let's see, maybe yeah, it looks like, or maybe it's because of the simplify. Let's disable the simplify. Let's try a different method, like carve. And yeah, that seems to be what was missing. Okay, so first of all, let us check out the hoses. Okay, so let's tone down the displacement a little bit until we don't have, or we can actually tweak them manually a little bit, just so we don't have the bevels that are cutting through. So yeah, this seems to be the issue. Okay, that looks fine. And we seem to have a little of an issue here. Okay, and now to connect all those parts, let's use the skin modifier once again. So let's create one and merge it, move it in the middle. Let's move it outside a little first, then create a mirror modifier with clipping, a skin modifier, and subdivision surface modifier. And let's make all the lines have a radius of 1 millimeter. So this has been proven so far that, yeah, that kind of values worked well without breaking off. So and now we can connect all the parts together. So let's connect the cap with the pump section. And that's also connected with the body. Right, let's make a few more connections just to be safe. Now let's actually move all our sketches somewhere else. Now let's switch this one here. And let's move the root somewhere else so it doesn't create a negative face. Okay. Now let's copy it and move it here. And let's connect just the capped pieces. So can use this one, and let's also make one more connection to the cockpit. Now let's see if we have room through one of the other windows. We can just create a little cube, and yeah, that should still be enough space to not be fused together. Let's make sure it touches the outer shell. Let's delete our measurement. we wanted to separate the mirror. Let's make a quick backup over here. We would need to modify it a little bit and create a hole to insert the mirror. So yeah, we can, let's see, yeah, this part is the parent. So yeah, we can move it to the local layer, move it back, and create a keyframe and move it back. So now, yeah, we didn't have to wait for all the other geometry to update. Okay, and now we can, first of all, we need this part to just touch the layer. So yeah, something like this. We can add another vertex and slide it to the edge to make it a little bit flatter. Okay, and now we need 1 millimeter room of space between the window and the hole that the mirror is going to have. So let's move it by -1. And yeah, let's also move it to the outer wall and create a straight segment. Now let's copy this part and make it a separate object, and let's hide it for a little bit. Let's see where our object is. Here it is. Now let's make it a little bit wider, and the first thing we need to do is to parent it to the empty, because we don't want this part to move along with the mirror. So now we can make it a tiny bit wider, and yeah, we can name it sub mirror. And yeah, if it's taking long, we can always switch back to the simplified. Actually, let's do that now. Okay. Now we also need to make a hole here. So yeah, we can add one more boolean. Now let's move it to a different layer. And let's enable those, and it shouldn't be union but difference. Alright. So yeah, now the mirror can be moved and connected as well. And yeah, personally it looks a little bit off from the model like this. So yeah, I'd rather sacrifice the separation of the mirror than moving it down that much. So yeah, but I just wanted to show you how to separate other parts. So yeah, we can delete this part, disable the boolean, and let's get our backup back. Let's copy this part and let's move it to the pump layer. And all we need to do here is to make a connection to the middle. So yeah, we can select all of them, press Ctrl and I for inverse in the selection, and remove all the other vertices and add the new root. And yeah, let's move it to the bottom. And lastly, we need to do the same for the body. So let's delete all the unnecessary ones, create a new root, and actually instead of want to go to the outside. Let's make this the root. And yeah, basically we are done. So now we can print each of the parts separately. Like if we want to print the pump section, we can print it like this, and the body like this, the pump section like this, and the cab like this. Or we connect all of them with the middle part. Or we can just use the first initial frame. So yeah, if we go back one frame and disable all the lower frames, or the lower layers. So let's disable all of those and update the frame once again. Do we still need to update? Basically, we can select all of them, press G once and then escape. And yeah, that will move all the parts in the same spot and update all the dependencies and all the modifiers. So yeah, we can also print it like this as a whole. Alright, in order to actually 3D print it, we need to export it in a 3D printable file format. First of all, let's go back to the separated view. And once it's done, we need to switch back on all the connecting layers. And let's update the geometry once again. Basically, I just moved it by pressing G and press escape, just to leave them in their place. And the last part I changed is this connection here, which goes through the hoses. So instead of a connection like this, I made it around it, and the reason is basically we have to cut all the spurs once we print it. If we cut this part, then we will see the white powder inside the red plastic. So basically try not to have any spurs coming out of part that are going to be seen. Alright, now we need to select all the geometry we want to export. So all of it, we can toggle it by pressing A. Now we can go to File, Export, and STL. And the important part is to click the selection only, because otherwise it will export all the objects in the scene, and yeah, it will be a mess. So let's make an export, and yeah, this might take a while. Right, and with the created file, we can make an archive of it, for example, a zip file, upload it to Shapeways, and yeah, run through all the automated tests and print it. And one more thing I want to show you before we get to that step is, for example, if you want to change the scale, since this one was 1:87, and yeah, let's just use the pump section as an example since it's the lowest on geometry. Now, if we export it like this, we can just make it pump section. That's going to be the scale we have, so 1:87. But now if we want to export it at a bigger scale, we can just use the scaling over here. And yeah, first of all, we need to multiply it by 87. And if we want to 1:64, for example, we can divide it by 64. And let's name it accordingly and export it. Now let's go to a new layer and see what we have generated. So we can, the same as we exported, we can import the STL. So let's import the regular pump section, move it a little bit to the front, and let's import our scaled version. So yeah, as you can see, it was scaled accordingly. But yeah, we need to take care, since the details aren't 0.2 millimeters anymore, it might create some thin walls. So yeah, basically have to upload the scaled version and check if there are any issues, and yeah, we might need to address the issues and adjust the geometry for the bigger version to be printable as well. Alright, with that done, let's try uploading the files. Okay, with the file created, let's upload it to Shapeways. And for this, let's create a zip archive. And yeah, that will allow us to paste in the location of the file. So just click on Upload, select the file, paste the location, make sure that the unit is millimeters, and press Upload. Yeah, this might take a while, but when it's done, you will receive an email. Alright, so now everything is processed. We can look at the model here. And yeah, we see that it passed all the automatic checks. And now we can actually start adding it to the cart. And if we check out, we can order the print, or we can make it available for sale. So for this we can create a product. Then yeah, we can display it to the public and offer it for sale. We need to select a category. In this case it's miniature vehicle 1 to 87 tags. Add the materials, choose the default material. We can make a markup, and yeah, once we save the changes, then we basically have our model that we can sell. So yeah, we can view the product. It will take a little bit for the renderers to be ready, but yeah, once it's done, you can share the product with anyone and they can order the print as well. Let's create a different version, and namely one that we will mess up on purpose. Right, so for this, let's just use the cap. Okay, since we have a cutout for the door, let's basically just move it outside a little and to the top. And that way the cut-in as well as the outline that's going outside a little combined will create a thin wall. Taking a look at the cap, we can see that there are some issues, so let's take a look. Over here on the left side we can see that there is an issue with the wall thickness. So let's take a look at that. So yeah, we can see there are 6 issues. And yeah, they're all with the outline of the window that we created. So yeah, in case it's not an artificial problem that we created, you can take a look at the model if it has any issues, and take a look what kind of problems and where they occur in the model so you can go back and fix it. Let's also create a different kind of issue. So if we delete this connection, as you can see there are some with an X, which means they're not printable at all. So for example, this one, the polished. We can also see that there is a bounding box problem. If we click on this, yeah, we also get the rules for the bounding box. So basically a model cannot be smaller than all of the sides combined, being 25 millimeters. Here we can see that the siren is highlighted in red. So yeah, these are a few ways that we can identify issues with the model, and we can go back and fix them. Okay, and with that we are done. So I hope you found it useful, and thank you for watching.